Hello, this is Tina Ballet here with a bit of Captain's vlog. June 1st. I began reading Jen, written by Jessica Cage. Read a bit of it yesterday. So I've begun my Jessica Cage book series read. Jen is the first book in a series of about six books. Now, I did read to Ada Wolf already, and because it seemed like a standalone. Well, it's looks like a standalone book. Now that I'm reading 10, it seems like I don't know, it's like I kind of like know what's going. Not, I mean, yeah, I know what's like. I don't know, like okay, so I'm reading Jen. I've already read to Ada Wolf before I read to Jen. So now I'm like, okay, and I'm trying to put characters together, but I don't know if they're the same. And Jen might have been released before to Ada Wolf. I'm not sure. I didn't look at the release dates. So yeah, I think they might be the same. Like the Queen Fairy. I think she might be the same as the one into Ada Wolf. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if there's crossover characters in these books because I'm not familiar with their names. But the types of characters that they are, I am familiar with. Like to Ada Wolf had some fairies in it. Jen has some fairies in it. and some additional characters that I've been introduced to. Such as the Jinn. Um, as May came to a close and June opened up, I was wondering because I did read just a bit before May 5th, and then I paused my reading when May 5th rolled about because I began a stitch along and I read a bit, just a bit, during the stitch along, and I don't recall finishing a book during the stitch along. I don't like. I kind of want to see my May, what you call it, but then I'm like, eek, if I didn't finish a book during May, oh my goodness, like it's like gonna look like I didn't read during the month of May. But for the most part, for the month of May, I've been reading crochet patterns. So yeah, during the stitch long, I was reading crochet patterns. And I don't think I finished the book. I started a book. I even I even have some new books. I have some new crochet books that I started reading. Um, but I didn't clock the crochet books because I didn't I didn't think they're counting as books for me. I didn't think I didn't try to clock them because I figured they were crochet books and they weren't clockable. So I didn't even try to clock them. Um, so I don't know what May looks like. I mean, I can guess. I think I didn't finish a book. Like I don't think I clocked the book. Um, that's clockable. Now I did read a whole crochet book. And I thought about it. I was like, man, I read a whole crochet book. How am I gonna top this? So I guess it's just gonna have to count with me clocking it manually instead of clocking it digitally. So I did think like that. Like, well, I can clock it manually. Um, and have it count for me like that. It's just not gonna show up digitally like for the most part of last year. I was clocking um, the materials I read digitally. So this year is quite different at the moment because I haven't even attempted to see if my crochet books can be clocked. I've just been enjoying them um, and reading them and like crochet books. Like I read one already all the way through, and then I'm like, I gotta read it again because I mean, like crochet books are like you read them and then you gotta read them again, like because they're great reference books. And I didn't like I read all of the wording part, and then when it came to the pattern part, I didn't read every pattern, but I read the wordings all the way up to the patterns, and then after the patterns, and then went back and read a few patterns all the way through. In one book, and um I think it was yesterday. I was reading the untangling rectangle section of every every way with Granny Crochet by Julia Maddow, and uh, um, here's the book right here. Um, so I was reading that part. So when I had talked about in a couple of streams earlier, previously, I had said that like a book was saying, showing, or saying, or telling how to write your own patterns. This was the book I was referring to when I was reading the Tangling, Untangling rectangle section. It tells how to calculate your stitch work. It tells how to figure out um what your foundation chain should be by way of stitching, how many stitches are on the sides at the finish. Um, so yesterday I was reading that section in its entirety, and because when I first read it, I didn't read it all the way through. I was skimming. I was skimming. So I read it in its entirety yesterday, and I was like, Okay, so when I first read it, I was like, "Ooh, this is telling how to create your pattern." So yesterday, I listened to well, as I was reading it, I was listening to myself reading it, and I was like, "Okay, okay," because she was breaking it down, talking about the stitches. I was like, "Okay, all right." I'm listening as I'm reading. I'm listening, like I'm allowing myself to ingest rec- the information, receive the information. Okay, so I'm like, um, all right. So I'm taking it all in, taking it all in. I'm receiving it. I'm so she's like, phew, phew, you did it. We got through that part. Um, now we're gonna create a rectangle. So she gives in written instructions on creating a rectangle. I did that, and then in the photos, she has like spoiler alert. In the photos of the books, she has two different um images of rectangles in this section, also in another section, but just okay. So in this tangling, untangling, because yeah, she does that with the other two rectangles too. But yeah, that's a whole different situation. I don't know. For some reason, when I think of those other rectangles, okay. So these first rectangles, hallelujah. I'm glad she put these ones first. Um and I'll get into the chat just in case if somebody rolls up, because usually people roll up when I'm not in the chat versus when I am in the chat. I mean, sometimes people roll up when I'm in the chat. Um, hi, how you doing? If you're in the chat and I'm not there, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Uh, okay, here I go. Here I go. Here I go. Sometimes people roll up when I'm in the chat. Okay. All right. So have the chat visible to me. All right. You can say hi, and you can like, comment, and subscribe and share. So okay. So this tangling untangling I gives already on my reread section. So reading it now, we're making the rectangle. So I'm reading the pattern. Um, and then I look at the diagram because that's what comes up next. And I worked the directions rectangle, and I'm looking at the photos, the photo of the two rectangles in the photo, and I'm like, this a different one. So I look at the photos, I at the photo of the two rectangles, and the first rectangle. Okay. Rectangle one. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, these are made with, they're different lengths. They're different lengths. They're made with different numbered um foundation chain amounts. So I look at the picture, I think about what she said or read, or what I read that she said, and I begin to calculate um, and figure out what the foundation chain is. And I did that, and I created both lengths of the rectangles, both of the lengths of the rectangles that are shown in the photo of rectangle one. So in that, I think I wound it up with like three, at least three rectangles. And I shared them, I posted about them, I shared them in a couple of groups. Um, choosing to, um, yeah, be in a couple of groups, a couple of um, crochet groups where I thought it'd be cool to share my enthusiasm of crochet and my enjoyment of crochet. I am enjoying this book. Um, yeah. So, um, um, so yeah, in that section, she's like, if you know what size you want and you can figure out the number of stitches, and I'm really into that section. Like that, this section is so much to learn. Now I was able to untangle the rectangle and figure out the two foundation stitches in the photos. Now I'm thinking, okay, I I did that. Now how do I do that stitch? What did she said? She said the stitch, the end stitching. Now I might not be fluent in that end stitching because I have, I don't know, I haven't, that hasn't come up for me. Like I don't have a finished project like that, like to know the end stitching. Um, um, but yeah, she says if you know how long you, or the yeah, if you know how long you want your project, then you can figure out the foundation chain amount that you need to start with, or something like that. She's saying. That's how I'm translating it. So that is muy excelente. I really enjoy this section. Um, and it seems like it's giving the pattern that my friend had started my blanket with many moons ago when I asked her to create a blanket for me. She wasn't able to finish it. Um, and in my moves, I have since uh, um, departed with the blanket in progress. Um, I looked at it though. I looked at it and studied it as best as I could to be able to recreate it. And I think these are the patterns um, that one of the patterns that she taught me. This is the pattern she was doing, and then she taught me another pattern that I was working on, like a solid granny square, because I remember working on a solid granny square that I had finished, and she was working on like a spacious granny square. So I was looking at her work. I was like, how is she doing that? So she taught me like two different patterns at the beginning of um in the early stages of me learning crochet. Um so like my this was my second um introduction to crocheting. So I like rectangle one. Okay, so as it the book goes along, it goes into rectangle two. And she says the difference between rectangle two and one is that one is like an aligned um stitching, and two is a like a zigzag jagged um stitching. And um actually, I was when I was creating the rectangle one, I actually was about to do like a zigzag. I wasn't about to put it on the alignment because I had miscounted. So like I was naturally about to do the zigzag. Um, so yeah, no, I didn't do that for the first time. I was naturally about to do that, but I recounted and saw that it goes directly aligned with the previous row. So for the zigzag, I did the zigzag, and maybe the zigzag one is the one my friend was creating for me. Um, I did the zigzag, and I kind of didn't like it. Like for and me talking about it now, it's the zigzag is doing something to me. Like it's just it's not pleasant. Like I'm not getting a pleasant feeling with the zigzag. Like I feel nauseous when I was doing the zigzag. I was feeling like head spinny, like my head had spun, and so I was like, perhaps this is the one my friend made for me. I'm not feeling it for myself. I probably would not touch this pattern ever again because of the way I'm feeling about it. To just talk about it is making me feel nauseous. So like I'm like, okay, so maybe this is the one she made for me. Like maybe this is how she started the one for me. Maybe this is how my body is saying this one is the it one. Um, it seemed like it was more like the aligned one, but it was so long ago, and they are so close that I can choose my personal preference. So that's what Julia Matto is saying. Like, it's up to you. It's your personal preference whether you like the aligned look or you like the zigzag look. So maybe my friend did the zigzag. I don't know. My body is reacting some kind of way. So maybe that one was it. Um, because I really, really, really did my best to like remember that stitching because I knew she wasn't gonna be able to finish the project for me. She left it in my possession and she told me that I could finish it. I looked at it though and I was like, her tension was a lot tighter than mine. It was a lot neater. So I didn't give it a go to mimic her stitching and her tension to finish the project. Um, but yeah, so for me, after reading this section here, both rectangle 1 and 2, and the author saying it's my preference, I'm gonna preference rectangle 1 because I got a good feeling with rectangle 1. Um, and I did make a swatch of rectangle 2. I think also rectangle 2 had it had some more, like she gave a written instructions, and then she also had the um 2 in the photo that were possibly different. I think one might have been different than the other. Now, because I did rectangle 1 like that, I looked at the photos and I mimicked those. I'm not doing that for rectangle 2 because I'm just feeling queasy with rectangle 2. So that's what um is kind of maybe like whoop whoop, this one is it. This one is it. If you want, if I want to do rectangle 2, then I think that's the one my friend did. Rectangle 1 though, it looks pretty. It looks pretty. It started straight line and then it continues straight lined. Um like it starts in a straight line and then it goes around. It makes sense. It makes sense how it continues and aligns and grows. Rectangle 2, I could see how it makes sense, but uh, the reason why I think it spun my head a bit is because like it starts in a straight line and then it dips and then it goes uh I mean like it literally like it flips. It literally it it's cool to see how it hold on, let me pull it up. I kind of wanted to skip it, but it does something that maybe somebody else would like. Um, and I guess it is personal preference. For me, it's almost like it's not necessary, but it does. It's like it spins. It like it. Okay, so rectangle 1 it does spin, but it's like fluent. Rectangle 2 is it almost felt like I had to look upside down at it. It's like but yeah, I'm trying to pull it up now. I'm waiting on the book to pull up. Yeah, it almost I know it kind of doesn't sound like it makes sense because book rectangle 1 does spin. It's just fluent because you have the prior you have the prior stitches that you can follow. Okay. Okay. So let me see right here. Okay, so basic rectangle 2. Okay, so this version of a granny rectangle has you work one. Where did it go? Okay, let me go back to the one that I like. Okay, so this one that I like, it's basic rectangle 1. This is so far this one is the bee's knees for me. If you have specific rectangle dimensions in mind, get thee to untangling. So if I have specific dimensions in mind, see, this is why I thought immediately, oh, this book is teaching me how to make my own pattern. Rectangling. Okay, she says, get thee to untangling, rectangling. But if you are not a fan of untangling and just want to cut to the crochet already, follow directions here. So then she gives the directions, the instructions on how to create this um, aligned pattern that looks similar to what my friend created. I enjoyed this one. Um, then it has the instructions, and then it has the diagram. So I followed all of that, and then it has the to modify. It tells you how to modify it, adding adding chain stitches to your foundation chain to modify it. It tells you how to do that and what that does. And then it tells you the stats, infinite growth potential, working in rounds, and then what it pairs well with. Okay, that's Granny Square 46. Granny Square 47 is the basic rectangle 2, and it says this variation of a granny rectangle has you work one row before beginning to work. Before beginning to work in rounds. The results give you staggered clusters at the center of your rectangle instead of aligned pairs of the basic rectangle in one. Stagger and stagger or fine to align. Your choice. So I would choose fine to align just because of the way that staggered and staggered made me feel. Um, okay, so it begins. It gives you a chain count to what you call it. Start. What? Hold on. I'm trying to read where it differs. Cause they start off a bit similar, and then um. Okay, so for the foundation chain, and then it says do not turn. And then it slips, and then it starts creating like the next round. Yeah. So I do have a sample of it. That one could be what my friend did. So I'm glad I did find something similar to what she was doing for my blanket so that I can recreate it. Now, um, now I think that mystery is solved. I have another, but wait, there's another. Um, Earlier in the book, Julia Maddow mentions that you can um, skip out on the chains and have your work be like a tighter, closer stitch, and that's the pattern I was working on. Um, Excuse me. I don't as I. It was more like yeah. It was more like a solid granny square. It was more like a solid granny square structure. I was working with thick yarn as well. Like that was something that I enjoyed crocheting in the beginning were the thicker yarns and the velvet yarns. Um, I think I got a one yarn one time, but it was like a fun one yarn. Um, it kind of was like bumpy. Um, so what I wound up creating was more like a chair, like a chair mat, or like a footrest cover, like a foot. What do you call those things? Like a footrest. Yeah, a footrest cover. Because the person I wound up gifting it to, that's what they put it on. They put it on their footrest. And so yeah. So yeah, it was more like a solid granny square. But I've done solid granny squares since then, and they're not exactly the same. I hadn't met a solid granny square that's exactly the same as the one that I made. Um, I'm glad that Julia Matto mentions it, that you can opt out for the chains, um, and everything else that she's shared in the book, so that I'm thinking I can like recreate what I would like. Um, so got that turning, got that turning and going. Um, yeah. So then I went on after creating that one Granny 40 47. Okay, I don't know if I did. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, so Granny 48, I did um I did like two versions of Granny 48. Granny 48, I changed the colors in her photo. It is solid. I saw an opportunity for some color work though. So I every single row for the first one, I changed the color, and that's kind of like not what I was going for, but it was on the right track. So I did like um, another go at it, another swatch, and I changed the um, colors every other row. So for every two rows was the same color for my second square, and I kind of was feeling that more. And um, okay, so to re-mention the previous one, I think it's 47. I wouldn't have mind like making a squid, like a triangle, like with the five different colors. But like the five different colors that I have at the moment, they're kind of like work in progress colors. Like they are attached to like a project. So I've only been using like two colors that are not attached to any projects at the moment. So that's what I've been working with. Okay. So then for the par, parallelo, parallelogram. I didn't do that one. I didn't do that one. I don't know if I'm gonna. I gotta do it, but I'm not. I wasn't ready to do that one. And okay, so see, this is the one I think. Yeah, this is one um I would like to do. This one is. Wait, what is it? It is the. It's 50 set. It's 50. Uh, Madrid, Madrid corner rectangle. I haven't done that one yet. That one's on my list. Actually, all of them are on my list to do because I'm gonna, like this whole book is on my list. All the, okay, so yeah, that's what I went and did. I went back and did, the striped square. I don't know if that's what that's called, but that's what I went back and did. Um, so far, my favorite one is rectangle one. Um, I was attempting to do the heart, but the heart told me that it was created with one of the basic granny squares. So I went back to look to see which one. It said it was done with the one with the rose. So I think that's the one I'm doing. I've done actually. It's finished. Um, so I gotta look back at the heart and see what the heart saying if I did the right granny square. Okay. So yeah, I'm not going in order of the book. I'm going in order of my interests. So I was interested in the ones I've done. Uh, I'm about to need to take a break in a moment. I'm scrolling through the book to see what the name of that square was. The striped granny square in a row square. Okay, so here's the heart. The heart says, this design, much like myself, is a square at heart, easily adaptable to different sizes. This lovely shape begins with a classic granny square, then gets a round with a couple of half circles. Go kickstart your granny heart. Okay, so make basic square as classic granny square using join and turn rounds. So I was like, what? Join and turn rounds? Like I thought I saw a square like that, but when I went to go and locate it, I didn't locate it. Other than the striped square. That one's a join and turn. So I'm like, is it that one? Are you talking about that one? Okay, this may be what I was saw the Madrid square because it does. I don't know. Well, yeah, but I don't guess that's the one she's talking about. She said classic granny square, so I went and I'm looking. Because I didn't start. I didn't start with that. I didn't start at the beginning. I jumped in at the triangles. Okay, here's another one that's not it. Okay, here's one that may be it here because it has some join and turn row. Wait, huh? Let's see. The what is this one? The four corners, the quad color. I thought it might have been the quad color. I don't know though. Because the quad color has join and turn rows. But this, I wouldn't consider that to be a classic. I don't know though, but I wouldn't consider that to be a classic because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so I need to be right back after these messages. And we're back. Hope you enjoyed those brief messages. All right. So I'm looking for the classic granny square that's done in rounds, she says. I mean, no. I think she said in rows. Here's another one. If not, it's the same thing. Okay, so this one is done in rows. This one is the half and half granny square, granny diagonal, granny stitch in rounds. Okay, here's the one that I think this might have been the last one I did yesterday. The granny stitch in rows. Yeah, I did the striped. I did a variation of the striped granny stitch in rows. Now, for the other item that's illustrated in the photo, I am not sure on how to recreate that. It's not done in striped, but I guess it's done in rows. Seemed like it could be done in circles, but it seemed more like a oval on the bottom. So I don't know about this item next to the striped square. I looked at it and I was picking up my yarn to recreate it, but I don't see instructions or a diagram specifically for that in this section. Okay, so we got granny stitch in rows and rounds. Now, I thought when I read the heart, it said rows. Classic granny square and rows. Now, just before rows and rounds, just before rows and rounds, because it says all variations, all versions to modify. Okay, so just before that, there's a couple of other ones, and it's done in, this one is done in rounds. Now I know there is a square that's done in rows because I've done it before following a tutorial. Half double crochet join. Now I don't know if I've done this one. I don't recall that. Maybe in a blanket, maybe I did that. Okay, this one is in rounds as well. These upper up these ones that are closer to the front of the book seem to be all done in rounds. Slip stitch corner. Okay, so 4 versions of granny squares. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's see if there's anything before that. Granny. Okay, hold on. Let me go all the way back, because all the way back, okay, the shapes. Okay, good to know. Square 1, basic squares. Granny, number 1, classic. Okay, so then it says Granny, the OG. So I guess, okay, the OG is the classic one. It's not done in rows. And I thought the heart said the square is done in rows. But I could be mistaken. I didn't even. Okay, so let me go to the heart. Okay, the motif is showing. I mean the diagram. The diagram is showing that it's done in. I can't tell at this angle. My pinch motion isn't working. Let me see if I can exit out and go back in, see if the pinch motion start back up. Because I thought I had the pinch motion. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what square that is at the moment. It's not the striped square that I thought it was. So the variations of these creations are like 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 if you let yourself think about it, it's like wow. Like I could make it like pops the granny squares like okay, so I had skipped the first part because I had just I'm working on a project with granny squares already. So I was like, okay, I know how to do that. But it's like four different ones. And I have done a few of those four different ones. Um, she does say it's preference. So, like, I guess, well, she also says, like, when you find the one you like, you can um, basically stick to that one. Um, so, yeah, I just do the one that be on the patterns. um, so that's so cool that this book is showing all of them and that it gives the pattern so that I can practice all of them, give all of them a good go at it uh, within this reference to be able to reference back to it and have them. Because, like I said, I did uh, create these granny squares like in various tutorials that are like swimming around. This book really puts it down and gives them a place to stay and have me a place of reference that I can refer back to. So glad for that. Now it says what square this is made with, but I'm not seeing it at the moment. I don't see the likeness when I go back to look at the different ones. I'm not connecting it at the moment. Um so yeah, look like I haven't made it, but it does look like it could be like done in various ways because there's so many different squares and yeah, so many squares that I hadn't even done yet. Like I've done the variations of the granny. or I've done variations of the granny square. And then there's squares that I hadn't done, like the Madrid squares. Those are on my list to do. And I haven't done the half circle to see how that's even made up. Let's see if I can see how it's even made up in this background. Because there's a section that has the uh, half circle made up from this or separate from this. I just thought I'd hop into creating the heart since I like hearts. Um, but it seemed like there's a bit of method going on before you get to the heart. There's the squares and there's the half circles. So before you get to the heart, you've already practiced the squares and the half circles. So you're familiar with the patterns. Uh, when you go in the formula of the book, the direction of the book, you've already been familiar with the heart just in separate pieces. So because I jumped in at untangling rectangles, um, I was thinking like, okay, maybe the aligned one is maybe the one my blanket was made with. Cause I felt good about that one. I was like, okay, I feel good about that. So maybe that's the one. The other one, not so good. So, let's see. So then I thought about going back to the granny squares and doing those, even though I'm familiar with them. I'm not um I don't know, fluent. I'm not fluent. I'm trying to think if I can, because the granny square that I like and adore, it's not mentioned here in this book that I know of. The method might be, but the stitch isn't. The stitch isn't. I like the half double crochet granny stitch square. Uh, I'm trying to even think if I can do that one just by picking up my hook, but um, I reference before I began. I reference I reference it. So yeah, before I begin a granny, I reference it. Um, so yeah, I don't have that. I don't have a pattern go to yet to where I can pick up my hook without referencing yet because I'm just not stepping into this um granny square wonder. And yeah, I'm enjoying it. So I think the flower would be my next. Actually, I do like the triangles and the hexagons. um I would have liked to have done um the other stripe item that's in the photo. I just don't know how to do it. Like, it's just a photo. Like, there's no pattern for that. You got the circles and you got the circle squares. So I don't know. To go in order of the book or not to go in order of the book? That is the question. Okay, is this one the flower? Now, yep, that's the flower. So yeah, like now that I've itched my scratch with the tangling, untangling, because that was a section that I was that was a section that I was interested in. So now that I've read that and done the samples of that, maybe I could go on to the front. Okay, so here is what that other item in the striped square was looking like to me. It was looking like granny oval. That's what it was given at the bottom to me. But I don't know. It was given oval. It was looking ovally. And it said tube and tubular, so maybe I'm missing something. It said granny squares can get tube and tubular. Here's some different shaped ovals. Looks like it's going to be like a bigger project if I do that project in the picture. The other project is not so big. It looks similar to the straight aligned rectangle. Looks similar, but then it has curved edges. And then the bigger project beside it. What work between second and third DC when working in cluster? Now this sounds like the pattern that I'm interested in, because that's kind of how that instructions went for that. Um, okay, let me get back to the striped. I would like to do the heart. I don't know. I don't know if I can do the heart just from the diagram. I have to give it a go to see. Without, it looks like it goes in order though. It looks like, you do the squares and then you do the half circles and then you do the heart. That's what it looks like. Okay, my book is stuck on the star. I'm trying to get to the stripe, but it's stuck going back and forth with the star. Okay, I have went the wrong way, I guess, because I'm back at the rectangles. I was looking for the stripe. I was looking for the striped square. I don't know. The sides. Okay, these are the triangles. I would think the squares would be with the squares. But they're not. They don't seem to be. I think they're past the triangles. I mean, the rectangles. Because I'm looking through the squares and it's not there. Okay. Let's see if I go back to my bookmark. That didn't help at the moment. Okay, so just after the rectangles is the finishing touches. Okay, here are the stars. That striped square is either I'm going too fast and I'm flicking over it. Let me change my settings, see if that will help. See if that'll help me locate the book better. I mean the section better than turning the pages. Yeah, so the reason for my hesitation with the heart is because it had said that it begins with the classic granny square in the rose. So I went looking for that one so that I could follow that instruction to create it. Oh, because it doesn't give the instructions for it. It says what it's made with, but it doesn't give the instructions. So that's why I went looking for the instructions. Uh-oh. Because I didn't start with any granny squares. I didn't start from the beginning of the book. I started from the beginning of the book when I was reading the book. And then when I began, after I read through the book, then I started doing the patterns that I was interested in mostly. Circle. I thought the stripes was after the circles and the eggs and even the heart. Why isn't it showing up? The stripes. I'm looking for the stripes. Why am I looking for the stripes? Oh yeah, because of the item in the photo. I was wanted to look around there and see if I was missing something because I wanted to create that item. So yeah, this heart square is in like a back and forth motion um square. It's in a turn style granny square, but I don't see that one in the book. So did she not put it in the book so that it would be redundant to put it twice in the book since it's here in the heart? Okay. Heart. Granny. This design much like myself. Okay, I read that. Okay, the instructions say base square. Make base square as classic granny using join and turn rounds. Okay, so it say join and turn rounds. I don't see that. I don't see a classic green. Okay, so when she says this, I think. Okay, so I saw a classic granny mentioned, but it didn't look like it was a turn and join, a join and turn. Okay. uh, using join and turn rounds. Ending on a fourth round, fasten off, turn. That's what it says for the square part of the thing. Now I'm going to go back. Square 1, basic squares. Granny 1, classic granny. Versions 1, 2, 3, and 4. Version 1, corner join. First round. Okay, this does not say turn. In this basic one, this first basic one here. I'm reading the pattern. It doesn't say that. Looking at the diagram, it keeps going in the same direction. Okay. Version 2. So perhaps we get a version 5 with the heart. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna keep reading. Okay, so where am I? Version 2, side drawing. Okay, this one looks like it keeps going in the same direction. It doesn't say turn. So perhaps this book is written for you to go in order of the book, so you are more familiar with the patterns when you get to the heart. That's kind of seeming what it's leaning to. Like if you're not familiar, then go in order of the book. Version 3. I like the stories connected to the instructions. It's more, for me, it seems a bit more memorable, um, more like relatable to anchor it down from the clouds and into my Abdullah Ablagada. So I'm grateful for the stories attached to the introductions of each pattern. Okay, so version 3. Okay, there's no turning in version 3, looks like. Everything is the same direction in version 3. Okay, version 4. Okay, there's no turning in version 4. I did say 4, right? Yeah, version 4. It's all in the same direction. So it looks like there's a whole nother version being presented in the heart square. So you get 5 versions of this square in one book. All versions to motif. Okay, so it says all versions to motif. Oh, excuse me, to modify. Working chain 3 instead of chain 2 in each corner is a common classic granny square version. Okay, so all of them that has the 3 chain is a granny square, is a classic granny square version. Wait, what? I have read this. I've read it like a few times now. Working chain 3 instead of chain 2 in each corner is a common classic granny square variation. And she goes into what she prefers. She don't find much difference between the chain 2 and chain 3. Try both. Choose what you prefer. And then this is what I mentioned earlier. She mentions eliminating chain 1 spaces. Oh, okay. She talking about the chain 1 spaces. Eliminating chain 1 spaces at each side square is another common classic granny square variation. In this case, stitches are simply worked into space between 3 DC clusters. This makes a slightly denser, tighter fabric, which can be beneficial for projects that require structure. Now, this is what I did also. But it seemed like I stitched into every square. I mean, every stitch. So yeah, I didn't have that. Yeah, okay. So what I did wasn't what I did wasn't holy. I did something solid. Um, okay, so she's talking about the side. When I read that the first time, I was thinking the corners. I had my brain on the corners. I was thinking the corner spaces. Um, because the that's what I had created. I had created corner spaces um, that didn't have spaces, and I created some sides that didn't have spaces as well. Let's see. This makes because I think when my friend was attempting to teach me to chain, I had no clue what she was trying to teach me, but I did kind of get the gist of a stitch, even though like I was making my own stitch. She was like, I don't know what you did, girl, but okay. I was like, see, I know how to crochet. I'm making a new stitch. And she looked at me, she gave me the bombastic side eye before it was even called a bombastic side eye. Okay. Um, okay, stats and pairs. Granny stitch. Okay, here we go. Granny stitch in rows and rounds. Here we go. Hallelujah. Uh, Granny stitch without explaining how to work in the round. Okay, here we go. Here's the tubular. Okay, so she says, okay, it would be irresponsible for her to write about the granny stitch without explaining how to work it in the round. Granny can get totally tubular too. So I'm like, yes. Okay, granny stitch in rows. That's the one I did yesterday. The row one. Okay. And then there's a picture of something I'm guessing is tubular. So that's the one I'm looking at to do next. Okay, so to modify reps, okay, you can add granny rows to it. And first, add on first. Okay, it's talking about adding rows and extending your work. Granny stitch and rounds. Instructions. Multiples of 4. Make create to follow the job. Being careful not to twist. Okay, here it is, I think. Here's what I was looking for to begin. Or this is where I ended my crocheting day yesterday. At the top of this project, I was reading this one. And then I had to lay it down because I had made several shapes yesterday in the rectangle section, and then the last one I fully made was the striped. Okay, so I think this one here is the tubular that I'm looking for, that's sitting next to the striped um, square. And it's just before the diagonal. So let me put a bookmark right there. Okay, so stitching, granny stitching in the round. This is the one I would like to make so that I can make the image in the photo. Um, so it's saying approximately 16, minimum 16 chains. Let me look at the photo to see if I can see. And on this device, it's not letting me click the pictures or pinch. I'm trying to see if I could, if the tangling, untangling method works on this picture. That's what I was trying to see. Uh, and then I don't know what we're making. I'm thinking we're making the bottom, but she's saying to connect the circle, and the tube in the picture seems bigger than 16. So minimum, she says minimum of 16. Smaller number may create a tube too small to work with. Being careful not to twist chain. Join with slip stitch to first chain. Then she goes into first round. So this thing in the picture seems bigger than 16 r- r- um, chain stitches. Like 16 chain stitches would be quite small in comparison to what's in this photo. This look like, I don't know, like I can't pinch it. Let's see. Uh, I'm trying to count. You know how you have you ever counted jelly beans in a jar? This is how I'm trying to count these stitches. Like jelly beans uh, in a jar. Okay. So I think I see a cluster there. Well, I'm gonna wind up doing the instructions anyway, but I'm liking doing the instructions and creating the images. Like I was enjoying creating the images. So how do I create the image if I don't know what the chaining is? I thought it was gonna be easy, like with the other pictures, like with the tangling untangling. I thought that was the assignment, so that's why I recreated those pictures. I thought that was part of the tangling untangling. Maybe it was coincidence, and I just understood the assignment or made it my own assignment because those were the images that were in front of me. I didn't have any other like blanket to do that with. So now I'm like, that's like my zhuzh is to create the uh images in the picture. So like uh, I gotta know the count. Like the other images, I can see the count. Like I can see the striped square. I can see the rectangles. This tube, I'm trying, especially not being able to pinch it right now. Like I can get on my other device after a while, and be able to pinch it on that one, but my phone's not allowing me to pinch or click on it. On my other device, I'm able to click on the picture and it gives me like a separate picture. Oh well. Okay, so that's still not gonna give me the number I need. I can look at it. I'm looking at it. I'm looking to see if I can count and guesstimate the clusters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And perhaps there's 7 on the other side. If there's 7 on both sides, but maybe even 8. Because I thought maybe I could look at the bottom and do the tangling, untangling. The untangling rectangle on the bottom. 2, 4, 6. 2 times 6 is 18. 2 times 6 is 18. What did I say? 16. And I said 8. I thought maybe 8 around 16. What am I saying? 16. So 16 would looks like what could be my starting chain from what I'm seeing. But that looks bigger than 16 stitches though. I mean, I guess because the square beside it is like about, let's see, the square is, okay, the writing says minimum of 12, but I didn't do 12 because I saw that was small. Actually, I did do 12 and I took it out because that was smaller than the square in the picture. So I figured out the number of stitches to start the square in the picture. So perhaps that's what I'm doing now with the other picture. Yeah, the striped square in the picture is like more than 12, even though it says, well, it says a minimum of 12. Okay. So yeah, you are doing a bit of calculation, which I did. I did it. Like I did it, so I can do it again. I've done it a few times in this book. After the what do you call it? After the tangling, untangling rectangle section, it's like everything I think I see becomes a tangling, untangling rectangle to me. Like after you read that, well, after I read that section, that's how that's how I've been approaching the other the other shapes. Like, okay, how do let's see what this foundation is. Okay, so I said the 16 around. Let's see. Mm, so perhaps double that, and that would be 32. Multiple of 4. Chain multiple of 4. So that it could be 32. 32. Ah, okay. I think I cracked it. Um, by the powers of the tangling, untangling rectangle section. By gosh, I think I've got it. Perhaps. So this I like it. This book is so amazing. So like if you just ingest, if you just receive the information and apply it, you can fly with it. So I think that's right. That looks right. Oh, I just made it into a picture. And I just um pinched it. Okay? So what I just did, um I like double tapped on the image in the book, and then it turned it into a picture, and then I was able to pinch it after I've already calculated the situation. Like, okay, so let me look even closer now that I can look closer. Um, so yeah, on the bottom, it looks like I can see um like the start of a rectangle. So um I added up the aligned clusters and I times it by 2. Because that's what I did for the rectangles. That's how I figured out the chain for the rectangles. So that's what I'm applying here. And 8, I did come up with 8. And 32, 8 goes into 32. So that's where I got the number for the foundation chain. I mean, that's a good start. It seems plausible. It seems like it fits. Two. Okay. So now that I figured that out, I'll be following the rest of the instructions. This, okay. So for the tubular, okay, it says the granny stitch in rounds. So now that I have the number of my foundation chain, I'll be creating that and then going and joining with the slip at the first chain and then beginning the first row. So let me put a, I was about to say, let me put a stitch marker here. Let me put a bookmark here. Okay, so I got my bookmark so that I can create this tubular granny stitch, granny stitch in rounds. Let me go to the diagram, which the diagram probably shows what I just sat here and calculated. Calculated. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let me see if I can click on it and make it a picture. Yep, I was able to click on it. It doesn't give the whole round, it looks like. I don't know though. I don't know what this fading is. It's a 2-row repeat. Uh, four stitch repeat. I guess it's not giving 1, 2, 3. It's like It's like in living color, you can do what you want to do as long as it's a 4 stitch repeat with a minimum of 16. That's what that is. It's creative license to create, be creative. How big do you want your tube? Do you want it? That's what it's feeling like. That's what it's feeling like. Now I could count these that are shown. Um, so let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. But not, that's just the front. 18, 19. That that's just the front. Like it's not showing the whole tube. And then it's fading on 19. So I'm thinking like 19 is on the side, or because it's giving 1. Yeah, it's rounding about because 1 is starts at the middle after you connect your chain. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I was thinking 32. It could be, any multiple of that, any multiple of 4, Okay. It looks like 32 is a great place to start. I was trying to see if it could be maybe a little bigger. I was looking to see. Um, Looking at it with the picture though, it looks like it's like double the square, double the um, um, striped square that it's sitting by. So it looks like it's about double that. So looks like that'll be a great number to start with. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that I say that, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I think I'm right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I see about that many clusters on the bottom. Four. Yeah. So yeah, the untangling rectangles is an excellent section. Like it can be applied to other, at least these two. I applied it to these two. Um, I'm enjoying this book, and so yeah, I'll get that started. That'll be my next creation. So this isn't a shape. It's more like a item, and it seems like it's a bit ovally. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that worked up. Like that, I'm about to say it could be a hat, but it's not circly. But I guess it could be. But it's looking like a bag. Cool, cool, cool. And I have a project to work on. I just kind of stepped into Granny Square land or Granny Stitch land, and I do have my project on my mind. It's just not in my hands at the moment. Because I thought about it all day yesterday while I was making this up. I was like, okay, I'll make these shapes up, and then maybe I'll work on my project. Okay, well, I'll make these shapes up, and then I'll work on my project tomorrow. Oh my goodness. So I didn't work on my project yesterday, which is kind of like a normal move for me. Like on Mondays, I don't tend to work on it. Like I did, maybe like 2 Mondays out of the 4 that we had. This Monday I didn't. I did work on granny stitch, granny stitches. Um, what do I have left of my project to do? I have some more whip stitching to do, and some buttonholes, some neck bands, and softening the yarn, connecting the sleeves. So I have quite a bit to do that I didn't even do. I didn't even do yesterday. I didn't do any of that yesterday. Um, yeah. And then I went looking for like another update, and it's not there because, well, I didn't check my emails. I just went to the page with the lessons. Last week was the last week for the lessons. One of the videos have been, looks like been privated though for some reason. Um, and it seems to be the one that I didn't know, like the motif that I knew less about. Uh, is the video that's privated now. Um, the solid square motif video seems to have been privated. Um, yeah, so I, I wasn't familiar with that one, and I needed help on that one, and I studied it, and it wasn't working out for me with that one. Um, okay, I'm back in the chat. I bring it every day. Hey, lovely Samira. Okay, hi. I am in the land of the granny stitches. I'm doing well. Learning these new stitches and creating a new project. Like what? I've got a jacket on the way. The jacket I started knitting with the metal knitting needles, and that might be um, the slowdown for me. I did finish a couple of um, cuffs. I did the cuffs. I did the cuffs and I did the body edging and realized I didn't account for the front panel. So I reconnected my yarn and extended the body panel to measure up to all the way around to the front panels and fastened off. And I got a front panel to whip stitch. I got to connect um the sleeves. What's hesitating me is there's a part that it doesn't seem like I'm gonna be able to do. Um, how it's said to do it, and I haven't looked it up yet. I might have to steam block. Okay, so blocking is a part of the 4 week lesson. So it was creating the cuffs, creating the body edging, creating the neck and the buttonholes, connecting the sleeves, as well as blocking. I did not say that in the correct order. I think blocking comes first and then do all that other stuff. So with the blocking situation, I'm not able to block it like the instructions are saying to block it. So that's why I've kind of like started dragging my feet on it because I haven't looked up how to steam block. I don't know how to do that other than I know how to steam, like hang something up and steam it down. But my hesitation is you usually don't hang up crochet. Usually everybody says to lay it flat. So that's like my hesitation. Like I know not to do that because like when you I'm thinking in my head when you hang it, it'll make it droop and elongate the stitches. So I'm like, how am I gonna do this? Am I just not gonna have it blocked? And I hadn't even looked it up to see how to steam it because all I know about steaming is to hang it and steam it. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Like it's like, uh, do I just keep going without steaming it, without blocking it? Because I don't have that layout right now. Like I don't have that space for it to lay down and be blocked. And I don't have that space at the moment to I supposed to like block it out to the measurements of the jacket, the measurements on the pattern, and I just it's so yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Other than I've created a, the cuffs, I've created the body thingies, the body edging. Now because I'm working with rougher yarn, I feel like before I connect them to my softer yarn, like my whole jacket is soft yarn, and I had to add some rougher yarn. I'm thinking of conditioning that yarn and then adding it. So I'm thinking of making all the edging which I have the neck edging to add, and I have the buttonholes. Right now, I have the body and I have the cuffs. So I could go ahead and those could have been like um, conditioned and dried by now. But I was thinking of, doing it all in one go. But I also was thinking of doing it in spurts. But yeah, I haven't looked up how to condition it because I know it doesn't take much. Because I remember Hectanuga one, she was like, it doesn't take much. Or like she was saying, she was giving like the ratio. I don't know the ratio. So, me in my head, I would put more than necessary and I would work it into the yarn, and I know all that's not necessary. Um, I think Hetanuga says to have it soaked, but see, I'm going by like memory, so I wanted to look it up and reference it so that I can have the correct um, ratio to water to conditioner because I would probably put more conditioner than water and wash it like too much. I would do too much. So instead of doing too much, I haven't done anything other than take a break from holding those cold knitting needles. Now, the cold knitting needles, they come in handy like when it's hot, when my temperature's up. Um, Now and then I also put on my finger guards because knitting without the finger guards, it is a bit pointy. So I was resting my fingers from uh, that. But with the finger guards, it's not so pointy. However, the finger guards are sweaty and slippery. Not too much slippery, but it is a bit of it. I have to keep them on. Like it's just, I might have to tape my fingers, but maybe I need to put the tape on the finger guards to keep them in place, at least to keep them in place, because the finger guards are doing some good. If I just use tape without the finger guards, I'll still feel the poke of the knitting needles. So not too much more to go. Um, Not really, not at all. Not too much more to go. Um, because the body the neck band is like a lesser count than the body band. I just have to start it and whip that other side up. I whipped up one side, whip up the other side. And that'd be so cool to visit, um, like attend a book signing of Julia Matto. with her book and her pattern and have my jacket on and have her sign my pattern and my book. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So yes, that's gonna be so cool. Okay. Hey, go to. Will you sign my pattern? Like, um, okay. Okay, great. Excellent. I'm still working on my stitch along. I'm combining knitting with crocheting. Um, I am knitting my cuffs. I knitted my cuffs. I knitted my body edging, and I'll be knitting my neckband and my buttonholes. Um, because I know how to knit, and when it came up to do the crochet part of the edging, for the crochet version of the patchwork jacket, I um I couldn't get with it. Like it said to like do the slip stitching back and forth, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, that looks like the garter stitch. Like, why not just do the garter stitch? And so I went to the knitted version, and the knitted version is doing the garter stitch. I don't know exactly how. Like, I think they're doing theirs like long ways when I'm doing mine short ways, like how you would crochet um how you would crochet the cuff. So that's why I'm doing my garter stitch. Yeah. So, and I'm enjoying the book by the same person that hosted the garter that hosted the stitch along. So yeah, like after like at a certain point of the stitch along, I was like thinking of having her sign my pattern, like printing the pattern out and having her sign my pattern, and because I'm enjoying the pattern so much. I've enjoyed the pattern so much and the stitch along so much. Um, and then I found out she was an author, so I'm like, okay, that's not far fetched to ask her for my her autograph.
was like, okay, like, yeah. So yeah, found out she's an author. I got my hands on her book. Hey, I got my copy. I got my digital copy. Um, hard paperback copy. I haven't received that just yet. But I am enjoying the digital copy. Uh, and I've already done like several versions of shapes up in there. And I was about to start another one, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, I got a project that I'm finishing up." I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, it's Tuesday," and I did give myself like a bonus week um, to complete my project. I'm like, okay, so it's like I'm enjoying the book. I got a project to finish. I done gave myself an extra week. Here we are. I did post it. I posted what I had so far, which I got a lot of it done. I got to do a bit more. Got to do a bit more. I'm trying to think if I have some fives. I think Kelly gave me some fives. Um, knitting needle. I don't know though. I kind of think those are like five fives, 5.5. They're not because I'm not touching those knitting needles at the moment. I'm not. No, no, no. They too cold right now. Um, um, I had Kelly's needles on uh a it's like on a work in progress. I was working on some color changing stripe. I was working on some stripes. Let me see, but I think those are five fives, 5.5. Let me see. I can maybe change out my crochet hook so I could um, feel better about holding my crochet. I mean, my knitting needles. Let's see. I had them stuck in my basket. I don't feel them right now.
We go one. Oh no, I don't know. I gotta see. I gotta see if it's a five. Let me see. It might be a five. Let me turn on some light. Let me see. Let me see if this is a five. It's a eight. I see a eight. Is a eight a five five or is a eight a five? Let me see my other knitting needle if it has an eight on it. Yep, it has an eight on it. So I think I just located me a plastic um knitting needle instead of using the cold metal. Let's see if I find that. Is that it? No, that's not it. I got one of the knitting needles because the other one is on a project. Let's see. That's why I don't have both of them at one time. Let's see. Is this it? No, that's not it. This one is a 10. Um, I gotta locate that work in progress. Cause the crochet hook, the knitting needle is still in the work in progress. Okay, so wait, this, I thought that crochet hook. I keep saying crochet hook. I thought those knitting needles was on that one. Okay, so the project I thought had the crochet hook on it has some different crochet hooks on it. Okay, so where's my other crochet knitting needle, knitting needle, 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 needle. Is this it? Yep, this is it. I found it. It does have a work on it. It does have a work in progress on it. Like I thought. Okay. Um, that's why I wasn't using it because it had something on it. Okay, what did I just drop? What's in the way? Something is in the way now. Okay. Okay. Kelly has solved the case, unbeknownst to her. Okay. Whew. Okay, I just snatched that I just snatched the work off. It was like a practice color change, I think. No, the practice color change was on the other ones. I'm not exactly sure what that was. I had like a couple of works in progress. And then let me check these needles and see what size these are. Cause do I have options? Let's see. I think I got options with these needles here. Okay, 5. Got a 5. Let's see if this is a 5. While I'm sitting here thinking that my metal hooks are my only 5s, let me check. Okay, I got some 5s. Those other ones might be 5s, but they're on a project as well. And I really wanted to work with these anyway. Are these a 5? Are these 5s? Trying to see if that is that an 8? It looks like an 8. Just making sure before I start, because I'm using the same. I'm using a 5 millimeter crochet hook because I used a 5 millimeter. Um, Vice versa. Switch that up. I'm using 5 millimeter knitting needles because I used a 5 millimeter crochet hook. Okay, this looks like it says an 8 in the dark. In the dark, it looks like it says it's 8. And it feels like it matches up when I put it side by side to the the cold the cold metal. Now, if you like cold metal when it's cold, good for you. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Whew, too cold for me. Now, I think these are acrylic, which I do love. I have, okay, so I'm going to be working with these. I don't mind the acrylic. I don't mind the metal. They're just too cold to hold. Even the crochet hooks, if the crochet hooks are just metal, I tend not to use those. Um, I use the ergonomic metal ones because they have the handle covered. I also use the acrylic and the plastic. The wooden one, the one wooden one I have, it's a 5.5. It's it's my Cruella. I got my Cruella in a 5.5. Okay, so now we're back in business, and my knitting needles. Like, okay, so I'm about to feel a sensation here. I feel a sensation coming on. My knitting needles. Thank you, Kelly, for my bring it every day. My knitting needles are the color of my project, and I do like when that happens. I enjoy that. I enjoy the match. I enjoy the matchup. Like that brings like more enjoyment to what I'm doing. So I'm loving that the colors are matchy matchy. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so I'm feeling hype. I'm getting hype. I got the needles. I'm about to say the crochet needles. I have truly, like, how do you call it? Crossed over. I have crossed over. Like I have merged knitting and crochet. Okay. Um, I'm liking the matchy matchy. I'm liking it. Um, I'm liking that they're not cold. They are like a neutral. They're not cold. They're not hot. My fingers cold though. But I'll be able to work with these without them giving my hands more cold. Like my hands already cold. I'm trying to heat them up. So yes, love these. I'm loving that I got to bring them into the fold before I finished the project. Cause I was thinking about them. Like I'm like Kelly gave me some knitted needles. Like let me uh, knit with them. They were on a work in progress for a while now because I was practicing some color changing. Um, so yeah, now that I knocked that off, like chunk. Let's see. Um, let me get my yarn and next. Start up my next. What am I starting? I'm starting up my next thingy. This fourth world was a lot. This fourth week was a lot for me. A lot of new terminology and some pivots. So that's why I figured I needed a bonus week. So I'm taking that bonus week. Um, I'm making a neckband. I didn't think I would be making like individual separate cuffs and body bands and neck bands because I had been creating them through stitches that I added. So this is my first six project that I have made. I'll be making separate cuffs and separate body bands and neck bands, which is fine with me because seeing these tutorials, I would see like everyone would do the separate um, slip stitch cuff and then sew them on. Um, and I would just look at them. I'm like, I just felt like I didn't get enough information and for that connection. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like how? But now that I have it in my hands, I'm actually seeing how it's created, and I'll soon enough see how to sew it up and everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so now I have the number of stitches it takes to do the neck band. I think I got it connected uh, to the right, to the right yarn. Let me make sure. That's the wrong one. Let me see. Okay, got it connected to the right band. I mean to the right ri- um yarn. I haven't turned on my light. I haven't turned on my light yet. Probably not gonna turn on my light. I do have a lamp that's on, but I have it on low. So yeah. Okay. So yay! Got my I just love it. I just love it. I love that these I like when the knitting needle colors match the yarn colors, match the nail colors, match the crochet hook colors, match the outfit. I like seeing that. Like that is just so cool. Like yes. And 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 now. So, okay. So now I have my crochet hook. Oh my goodness. My knitting needles. I have my knitting needles ready to begin the next step. So really like the fourth week's lesson, I had to take like step by step by step, which I still am taking step by step. But it seemed more focused, I guess more detailed. Everything else was too, but before the fourth week, or actually before the third week, like I had time to either chillax or start off another project, study. Like week 3 and week 4 were very focused and more work, more more to do. So especially week 4, I don't think I didn't have the rest time and the study time during week 4. that I had in the previous weeks. Um, so yeah, I gave myself this fifth week, and if I have to give myself a 6 week, I'll give myself a 6 week. We did a lot in those 4 weeks. It's really just, I guess, personal preference to how how much time you can put into it, or yeah, it's really an individual schedule thing. Um, I guess, I don't know, but yeah, I was putting in a lot of time at the beginning, and I put a lot of time in towards the end. So I even converted some things, you know, to fit my needs with the project. Um, I learned a bunch of things. I learned um, that I wasn't creating a correct knot. So I have a few squares that I need to go through and knot up. I got to see some magic parts to the jacket, the parts that I was interested in seeing how they were made. So yeah, week 4 was full. Actually, that was in week 3. I got to see how that was made in week 3. Okay, so these needles are much better as far as the temperature goes. And they seem to be a little more quieter than that tick tick tick, which I don't mind the tick tick tick. Like I actually try and do that on purpose. That sound. Like if I don't hit the needles together, I'll I'll hit them. I'll clink them together on purpose. So these are quite quiet. I'm thinking I'm still gonna need my finger guard. I need to probably go ahead and do that before my finger is like no more knitting for you. So let me put. I got my finger guards on now. Okay, that feels better. Better, better, better. On the fingertips. Better on the fingertips. And then my finger guard is slipping. So that's why I'm thinking I need to add some that tape that sticks to itself. I'm thinking maybe I need to wrap that around my finger and my guard. Maybe that'll keep it in place cuz they slip off. They slip and I have to grip them to put them back up and onto my fingers so that they to stop them from slipping all the way off. Which seems to be minor. Like it's better. I guess it seems a bit better to do that than to have my hand stuck with the pointy part of the knitting needle. Because I can only do that for so long till I have to stop doing that. Sometimes I'm taking the needle and pushing my fingertip protector back on with the tip of the needle. So that helps. It kind of feels a bit, well, it feels different not feeling the tip of the needle using the guards, which is quite delightful not to feel the tips of the needles on my fingertips. It kind of feels like it's taken away from the feeling, of course. My it's like but like it kind of takes away from the touch, but that seems like it's okay though. You really don't feel the needle tips on your fingers, so that's good. But yeah, you're also not feeling the sensation of the needles on like your work. Like if you were to feel your needle, your yarn, like it takes a, just a bit away from the touch. If you have touch like I do in your fingertips, which is fine when you get used to it, you appreciate love that protection of the from the tips. Also, I've added to my TBC to be crocheted. Actually, it's gonna be a TB. Well, I guess it's gonna be TBC. Well, actually, it's gonna be like a TBK to be knitted. Um, I would like a crochet hook case, and I've had my eyes on a couple of patterns. However, because I've been knitting up this my bands, my body bands and my cuffs, and things, um And I did see a case pattern that called for like the slip stitch cuff type of work, back loop only type. So when I see that, I'm like, well, that's nothing but the garter stitch. So I'm thinking maybe I could create a case with that. I hadn't seen anybody do that. Um, so I have that on my TBC, on my TBK. Um, but yeah, I gotta figure that out because don't, I I gotta see how many stitches I'm gonna do. Big number stitches, kind of like, uh, I don't know. Am I about to break out of my shell and go to the big number stitch? Like a big number stitch for me, I did a 41 count stitch item. It did have a bit of decreases though, like way down, like past like 20 stitch decrease. So I was looking forward to those decreases. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna be making up something on my own, and attempting to combine like the things that I like. I do like the garter stitch, and I like the prime rose. I hadn't done the prime rose in a while though. I hadn't done the prime rose pattern in years. But yeah, I'm leaning towards the garter stitch for sure. I was trying to think if I was gonna add any other patterns like the prime rose stuff that I like, patterns that I like to it. The granny square, the granny squares, what granny squares I would add to it. Basic granny square or solid or like a combo. Like almost a like a leaning towards like skills I've learned, combination, things I like, combination into the project. Thank you all for your encouragement. I have begun the knit version of the neckband, so that is an excellent thing that I've continued with that, so that can continue to come together because that's what it's doing, is continuing to come together step by step. That's what it is. Continuing to come together step by step, little by little, stitch by stitch. I'm building it up. Done a few rows, so that is good. I'm about to take off these finger thingies for a minute. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Let me see. I think I got some tape. Let me try the tape because it's a skill to try and keep them on. Like, yeah, they're helping. Let me see if I can help them. Oh, that's the wrong bag. But now, let's see. Okay, got some adhesive. Okay, here it is. Oh my goodness. Look at me. Oh my days. Okay, so I just located my darning needle that I thought dropped. I put my darning needle in the tape for safekeeping. Okay, so let me roll off some of this tape. It's like stick stick to it stick to itself tape. Um Scissors. Um, Scissors. Okay. Now I know this is probably more than enough. Might wrap around twice. Okay, I'm putting my darning needle, and I probably said that when I did it. But when I went looking for it the other day, I didn't recall. So I'm putting it back. Put my darning needle back there in the tape. Okay. So now I'm going to cut the adhesive in half so that I can have two pieces um, for each finger grip. Okay, put my scissors back and join those. Okay, okay, put it on this one and then wrap it around my finger and the thingy and pull it. Okay, feels like it should stay. Okay, that was about all but like just right. The right amount. That's because I got to pull it. Okay, that may stay. I'm not gonna play with it too much because it looked like okay. It might could go on the finger part a little more. I mean on the finger protector part a little more. I tried to do it like half and half. Okay, adding the next one. I tried to do it half and half as best I could, but it just needs to grip. It needs to grip so that it don't slip. Okay, so I got that grip. Okay, let me try this. See if this works. The tape, the self adhesive tape wrapped around my finger and the finger protector. Okay. Okay, much better, much better. Now I could just use my fingers to knit versus having to do that and try and use my fingers to grip. Like I was trying to use my fingers to grip the finger protectors back onto my fingers. So that was a bit much. So now that the self-adhesive tape is holding the grip, holding the finger protectors onto my finger, I can just knit and it feels better. It feels more um, like I'm knitting instead of holding, trying to grip the finger thingies from slipping off my fingers. So less of that and more of knitting feeling is going on. So that's good. That was a lot of finger motion muscles going on to knit and attempt to keep the finger protectors in place. That was a lot. Okay. See how many stitches I got. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got the same stitches I'm supposed to have. So yay for that. That's awesome. That's quite awful. Full of all. Okay. I love this stitching. Ah! And it looks different for some reason. Like it looks the same, but it's looking and feeling a bit different. Maybe because but it's kind of been feeling soft. Trying to give me the illusion for inclusion. Like it was feeling rough when I started with it, but it's kind of been softening out since I made the body part. It started softening out towards the part, but towards the end of the body part, the yarn, and now even more so. I'm like, okay, it did start out rough, so I'm still gonna condition it. But yeah, it doesn't feel so rough like it did at the beginning when I first started with the yarn. So my yarn match my knitting needles. Maybe I'll share that later on today with um with my progress with this neckband. I just started the neckband, and the neckband was saying to like, I think it was the neckband. See, this is that said to sew as I go along. Like I know it was pertaining to the buttonholes. Sew as I go along. The neckband is up there, so I guess I'm working on the longest part. I don't know what the longest part is. It's kind of like a flow as you go. Okay, so the longest part would be the button side, and the shorter parts would be the buttonholes. The shorter, because I would make a few of these to accommodate for the buttonholes. That's what I got in my head to do. So I guess I'll work on the longer part first. And I guess the longer part is from the bottom front panel all the way up and around to the first top of the buttonhole. That's what I'm thinking. So I would think if I'm going to do it like that, that would be the longest. and then the others would be shorter down from that to the other bottom half of the front panel. So yeah, this part is like a flow as you go. Um, and she says to sew them as you go, but because I would like to condition my yarn, I can't do that. Even though my yarn trying to include itself, it does feel a bit softer in this section than it did when it first started out. It's giving the illusion for the inclusion that I could join it as I went along. This neckband is going on a sensitive part. It's going on my neck, around my neck area, chest area. So seems I'm gonna have to do these up and then connect them. Somehow, some way. Um, I think it'll be all right. I think I might be putting too much emphasis on the instructions of sewing as you go, and that's not allowing me to do what I need to do because my yarn is rough. So I need to be able to sew it, stitch it up, condition the yarn, and then put it together, and that be all right. I need that to be all right. The finger grips are staying on. That's excellent. So there's 4 buttons, but I'm going to do my best to stay focused. Like to to think about the other steps. Like, okay, that's what the pattern for. Like, I don't have to think about the other steps. I just refer to the pattern. Like, work on the step at hand. So the step at hand is working. I'm working on the band that will have the buttons sitting on them. So I think that's what she was saying, to sew them on the as you go, so that you can align them with the buttons. I have to go back and see what she's saying about that, because it's something about the button alignment, making sure that the buttons are aligned. That's why she said to sew sew on the band as you go. Mm, 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 mm. Yay! Got it going on. Uh-oh. Okay, okay. I got all my stitches. Yay! Got all my stitches. It's got all my stitches. gotta keep doing this for a while. I don't know. I don't know uh, how long exactly. Everything is aligned for me to enjoy the knitting experience now that I have a grip on my finger protectors and I have the um, I have the knitting needles that are an all right temperature. Like these are cool. They're not cold. Like they're cool to the touch. They're not cold to the touch though. So that's an all right thing. So what else? They also match my yarn colors. So that's like eye candy. And I like this stitch. That's eye candy. So yesterday I did attempt to read two books at one time. One was my crochet book, the Everything Granny Crochet that's on the screen here. I tried to read that while I was listening to an audiobook of Jessica Cage, Jen. Uh, I tried it. I couldn't. It didn't work like that. So I was like, well, I tried. I tried. Like I tried to read two books at one time. Okay. So yeah. So yeah. To reiterate, June is a J month, beginning in J. So I had planned to enjoy Jessica Cage's Jen series during this month that I began. I began it June 1st, and I'm on book one, Jen. And there may be some crossovers that I'm not used to. I did read To Ada Wolf, and um, I, that's a standalone book. So I don't know if there's crossover. They seem like it could be because it's kind of the same situation. Not exactly the same situation, but like I think that Fairy Queen might be a returning character. I'm not sure of the release dates. I didn't look at the release dates. I'm just going by what how the story is lining out. So yeah, just not too much there so much. But then there's another character who paints that kind of reminds me of I think her name is Rena. From I accidentally the accident series. Um, and I'm thinking that maybe that's her because I'm looking for a crossover. I'm like, maybe that's Rena, but going by a different name. I don't know if that's like her character being mentioned by a different name or if it's a whole nother character individual. I'm sitting up here trying to connect dots that I don't know exist. Um, but yeah, so I started this series. It's like maybe a 6 book series that I'll be reading this month. Um, And so that's what's on my TBR and my reading plans. That's what my reading plans are looking like for the month of June. I didn't have any reading plan for May. My reading plans for May was reading crochet stitches. That's so check check check. Like I read crochet books, crochet stitching patterns. I read patterns. That's why I didn't too much read any books last month. I did read some. I just didn't complete a book that I know of at the moment. I did complete reading some patterns though. So I'm counting that because is on my that was on my things to read list from last year. I said I was gonna read learn to read patterns, so that's what I did for the month of May. Yay, yay, yay. I read like so many patterns in the month of May. Like with this patchwork pattern alone, I've read one, two, three, four, at least four patterns so far. Five, five patterns. And that's just with the project, Stitch It On. That's not including this book that's on the screen and all the patterns that I've read in the book and the book itself that I've read, the sections in the book, because I read the book. Well, actually, I skimmed the book. Then I read the book, skimmed the book, and then read the book. Skimmed the book, read the book, read the book, skimmed the book, read the book again. Uh, so yeah, and I read patterns, and it's another crochet square book that I read. Well, I read some patterns in it. I read because it's full of patterns. So I read like one pattern for sure out of it because I completed one pattern out of it. So yeah, I've been reading patterns for the month of May and learning patterns. I learned patterns and read patterns for the month of May. So I'm looking forward to reading even more patterns, which I will do via this book, and also some other patterns I had put to the side. Looking for tutorials for them. Now that I've learned to read patterns, perhaps I can do these patterns without tutorials because I have done I have made some items without pat tutorials. So yes, I have graduated to reading patterns. Yes, I have graduated to actually read a crochet book, actually read a crochet pattern, and actually create the pattern by reading it. Yay! I've done that several times yesterday. Um, Several times, and during the month of May. So yeah, that's quite a celebrational occasion. That's quite a celebratory occasion. So, celebrations and congratulations to me for learning to read patterns and following along in the patterns. And I began June um, attempting to create my own pattern. So yeah, celebrate good times. Come on, it's a celebration. Like for real, for real. That is quite a celebratory occasion. Um, and that's without having the jacket completed. Like it's already cause for celebration, and I hadn't even got the jacket completed. Like I like it's so much that went into it, like learning it, and then I moved on to like reading patterns out of a book and creating those items before I finished the jacket. But hey, 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 I did that nonetheless. Like it's still skills. It's skills on skills on skills on skills. Whether I got this jacket completed or not, I got skills. Okay. So, speaking of skills, I just dropped a stitch because I just was talking. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Something happened because I got the number of stitches. Oh, okay. Okay. I dropped it. Okay. Let's see how to pick it back up. I got it. I caught it. But now I gotta put that loop through it and bring it back up. Ah, I think I gotta take the finger grips off for this. cool thing about working with stiff yarn is that, or I should say, knitting with stiff yarn is that you can save your stitches more easily. Okay, catching some stitches at the moment. Let me see if I caught them all. Okay, all of them are accounted for. Now let me see if I. So I talked about this yarn being rough. However, when it comes to drop stitching or drop what? Hold on. I got it on the wrong side. I need to switch it over. And that is not gonna make sense. I need it. It's turned. I guess I'm gonna have to undo it, unravel it the other way. I got one more row to go. Okay, thought I could do it backwards. I had set it up backwards. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, everything is fine. I had to go back a couple of rows because the first one I dropped, like, it was like the back of the row. So I had to take out the next row to go to the front of the row. Okay, let's see how this goes. So yeah, stiff yarn, knitting with stiff yarn helps you keep your stitches from dropping so fast. When you take it off the line and go back like I did, I took my needle out and undid a couple of rows, row at a time, one row at a time. Oh boy, this kind of feels a bit like this. When I do this and then come back, I gotta check and make sure everything is aligned. And I just gotta do that again because I didn't pull up your stitch. Pull up your stitch. This one kind of feels a bit twisted. Make sure it's straight. Pull up on your stitch. I'm trying to not pull up on my stitch because it kind of goes faster, but yep, faster to fall off of the needle. So pull up on your stitch over the next needle before proceeding. Okay, last stitch here. I'm gonna check, turn it, check, see how everything is looking. Everything is looking put together. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got the correct stitch count. So it looks like everything is a go. I thought I saw some glass. Are they functional? I saw some and they seem to be functional. Now, glass could be cold or it could become warm to the touch. I seen some beautiful glass knitting needles when I first started looking at knitting needles. They were so colorful. I like the colorful ones. They were like a clear with the colors added, similar to my hooks that I got made uh, from Tasha's Touch Healing Jewelry. She made me some crochet hooks. Some of them are clear with crystals in them, shells, um, stars. Then you got the birch wood. The birch wood are colorful. They come in short, uh, short length, like I'm using now, which are I guess about a foot long. I guess I don't know. I'm not looking at the measurements, but these ones in my hands are like about a foot long. So I like the foot longs for the shorter projects. Easier to turn around and continue. Because I have tried the longer ones and they're more cumbersome to work with a smaller project. um, yesterday, because I'm sitting here like thinking what to watch next. Um, while I'm knitting, like I felt like I watched everything already. Um, I do have some go tos that I have begun to rewatch. Um, and yesterday I rewatched one of Lavelle's um stand up comedy specials, and it's the new look, same funny, and one, and he tells a joke in that stand up, of course, and he also gives a visual. I didn't catch that visual all this time. I've been watching the stand up and replaying the stand up, listening to the stand up. I didn't catch the visual he gave till yesterday. Like one of the visuals, because he gives quite a few visuals, like he descriptions. And one he gives, I never like grasp. Like I heard it, but I didn't. I didn't grasp the look of it till yesterday, and that's what I'm laughing about. Is like the the grasp of the visual is like that is such a treat to just think you've heard. I've heard it, I watched it, and to actually get another kiki out of it as after grasping one of the visuals is a hoot. Um, like it brings like a whole nother enjoyment of it. I'm like, I have heard him say that. I just didn't. I just like I would laugh and just I didn't picture it. I didn't picture it. So yesterday, oh my goodness, I pictured it. Mm-mm. Oh my good. I mean, he said it. I just never thought it. Like I never imagined it, even though he's saying it until yesterday. I had imagined it. And just imagine how okay, to give you a visual um to give you a visual, here's a visual. Um um Patrick Patrick Star of SpongeBob. When Patrick has on the what doesn't Patrick like have on like at one point in time, doesn't he have on like fishnet stockings? I think at one point in time Patrick has some fishnet stockings on, and that's as close to a visual as I can think of at the moment that is giving me the giggles. Is Patrick with some fishnet stockings on. And this visual that Lavelle gave. Hilarious. So yeah, I have watched more than I can crochet at the moment. I mean knit. Like I'm knitting and I'm watching and I'm reading. I'm listening. I listened to some audio books while I was crocheting yesterday. I listened to a audio book while I was crocheting yesterday. Trying to think what I'm gonna listen to or watch while knitting up this neckband. Um, there is music, so I have been putting some music in there. So I've been mixing it up with the listening to books. Uh, so I guess I can continue that. Because I did mention that I didn't do that with knitting. So I could just continue to mix it up, make sure I get a good mix of entertainment in while knitting. Right now, I'm not listening to um, any audiobooks or music at this moment. I'm just sitting here knitting with the color yarn that Pee Wee was knitting with when he was knitting and knitting and knitting and knitting. I don't think I have to knit as much as Pee Wee did though. Um, but I do have to knit. I do have to continue. It's I have to build it up. It's not yet. It's not there yet. It's not even a whole square yet. And a whole square is approximately 6 inches. So it's not even a 6 inch build yet. So I got quite a ways to go. So I'll be knitting and knitting and knitting. Maybe a half a. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I do have a. It looked like it's about 3 inches right now. I'm looking to see if it's. See if I can compare a square. It's a maybe 3.5 inches right now. So I gotta keep on pushing. Got a ways to go. So this will be on my. This will be something I can do during the. I'm attempting to make my word so that I can. I'm going back to my book to crochet. I like that book. That's so far my favorite crochet book. The book that's on the screen. I've done more out of that book than any book so far. Is that a fair judgment? Seeing as maybe one of my first books I've done something out of. I did finish the square from the 101 crochet squares. I finished one of those squares, and I do intend to make some more of those squares in that book because that is a cool book. Those are some cool squares. Really? I just used the word cool and squares in the same sentence. I just said those are some cool squares. Like why thank you. We're cool. So yeah, I'm like, okay, project. I'm working on you, but yeah, I've entered the land of granny, so it's like I had a metaphor for it. Just I had a metaphor for it. I I, I've come up with another one. Um, the first one I came up with is like looking outside of the out looking at no, that was a metaphor for not reading patterns. Okay, so the metaphor that I made up for not reading patterns is like reading the flyers on the outside of a building and not going in, and reading the patterns is like going into the building. So like tutorial work is like reading the flyers on the outside of the building, and then pattern work is like going inside of the building. So that's what I was liking it to. And this Granny Square world is like lovely. It's I never knew. I never knew. Like I saw how beautiful they were. I also heard some people talking and blah 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 and I also saw some people creating. So those are the people that I'm interested in. Like they were creating beautiful strips of granny squares with the different colors and things. And then you got your black borders, you got your white borders, you got your solid squares, and you got your colorful squares. You got your what you call those minimal minimal color squares, and you got all kinds of patterns and things. So yeah, I feel like this stitch along with project was my gateway to um granny squares. It was a great gateway to granny squares. Like I was already interested in granny squares, and then this stitch along came around, and I caught it and joined it, and yeah, it's my gateway to the wonderful world of granny crochet. Every way, every way with granny crochet. Ah, that's the title of the book that's on the screen. And it is like, look at that. Like, look at that. Like, I was just saying it, and it's the title of the screen, but look at it. It's like, it's like everything. Like, this was my gateway to every way we're gonna go stay, and also my gateway to every way with Granny Crochet. Like, no matter how you say it, that's what it is. That's what it be like. And look like I found the pattern I've been. and search no more, and can create my own pattern. And the book is like, look, if you got a dimension in mind, here, this how you figure it out. And I'm like, okay. And I'm reading it. And I'm like, I'm receiving it. I'm listening. I'm reading. This is what you say I can do. Uh-huh. Then I started untangling rectangles and figuring out the stitch through mathematics just by reading this book. It gave me that information. So, woohoo, love it. Okay, let me check the time. Anything to put down my crochet, my knitting. Let me check the time.